Oh shit, my timer ran out. Oops. Oops, oops, oops. Give me one more second, I have 2 more almonds I gotta finish. I want you guys to see me eating almonds on stream. It's pretty dirty. Or did you hear that crunch? Reggie, thank you for the follow. How you doing, man? All this shit I gotta clean up. There's so much trash in this room. I have not cleaned anything since I moved in here. Okay, let's switch over. What up? What up, people? I got a Pepsi. Hold on. ASMR. Oh. Okay, too much. Yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah, we're just starting. Oh shit, what time is it for you? I think most of the people in the old loading screen server are probably North American, right? Jed, I don't know about that actually. Okay, hold on, let me get some ibuprofen too. I'm still a little bit sick. I've been sick these past couple days, but I'm feeling pretty much better. I think I'll be good by tomorrow. $5 a.m. Holy shit! Wait, where are you if it's 5 a.m.? Like the East Coast. East Coast US. 5 a.m. 6 hours. No, that'd be Midwest, wouldn't it? Would be Central. CST. 6 hours. It's either East Coast or Midwest. That's what I'm calling it. Or Texas. I think at one time you told me where you're from. Oh yeah, and our Discord is live. Finally. Although I haven't really finished it, I just kind of like whatever. Whatever. I'll fucking deal with it afterwards. Screw it. Screw it. Let it happen. Pop this over. I heard, oh, you know, I really have to get like a list of gaming news that I want to talk about because there's so much crazy shit happening. Like I saw that apparently the Middle Eastern version of Spider-Man 2 gets rid of all the LGBT flags. Which I mean we could have seen coming. Like this isn't news, I guess. But it is funny how they keep pandering to people and people keep buying it up like great inclusion, except not in this one version of the game because then they wouldn't make money from it. When are people going to realize that these companies actually don't care about the values that they say they do? And it's nothing about the game's quality. Like I've heard that the game's pretty great, but then you have the removal of the LGBT flags because they don't actually give a shit, and then the Cuban flag instead of the Puerto Rican flag. That's funny. That's fucking funny. It's like if you're gonna pick an ideology, and a lot of these people often pick the ideology that supports, like the Cuban regime, you would think that they know what the Cuban flag looks like. Apparently not. Let me plug in my Christmas lights. Oh, kurwa. Oops. I dropped the power connector on the ground. Don't think it knocked anything offline though. Wow. I think I saw something about that. I at least saw that they were cracking down on people buying stream keys elsewhere, but for Argentina, holy shit. I mean, that is, I would be devastated too. I admit, I do buy Switch games on the Argentina store because they're cheaper. I mean, Switch games are fucking expensive for me, sorry. I could either feed myself for like 2 to 3 weeks, or I could buy a new game on Switch. So I'm then gonna go to Argentina where I can save a lot of money. But for people who actually live in Argentina, switching to the US dollar is crazy. But there was some game, hold on, let's look it up, because there was some game recently that had abysmal regional pricing. And I don't remember which one. It was something recent, something came out very recently. It wasn't Baldur's Gate, was it? I think it was Starfield. I think it was actually Starfield. And you can compare it to... No, Starfield was good. It was something. It wasn't From Software, right? It was Armored Core. Well, Armored Core is pretty crazy. You have 30% more expensive in... Maybe it was something super recent. That's not too bad. 25% more. It's 50% cheaper in China and Turkey. Oh, hold on. Let me switch to USD so we get like the standard, right? Where is you? Okay, there it is. For Poland, it's roughly the same. Like Polish salaries here are about 3 to 4 times lower than US salaries. And yet we're paying about the same for games. And electronics. It's really expensive. I don't know what it was. Was it Baldur's Gate? Was it something else? It's not too bad. It's just, you have to think like, okay, are they really making more in Mexico than US? For it to be 18% higher? No. The Mexican salary is not that great. Maybe we can find it. Let me turn off not safe for work stuff. Because I have that on, I gotta turn that off here. Or let me just switch it. Let me switch to my other account. Let me change accounts. What was it? It was something that was really expensive, like a new $70 game. No. It wasn't Diablo. I kind of thought it was Starfield, but maybe I'm wrong. It was something that was $70 and it came out within the last like 3 months. 3 or 4 months. It was Diablo. Diablo's pretty bad. Diablo is pretty bad. It's 14% more expensive in Argentina. $17% more expensive in Poland. Holy shit. And I think over on the right here. Oh no, there's some site, I don't know if it's this one, but there's some site that shows what. Oh, Valve suggested prices are shown on package pages. That's what we want. So we can see what it is in relation to, yeah, so we can see the Valve expected or suggested price and what the actual price is. So we can see for Diablo 4, the game's price is, if I'm reading this correctly, because over here we have current price and it's 25% off. And then we have the Valve suggested price. Even at 25% off, the game is vastly more expensive than even Valve would suggest that it is. So if you just put your game into Steam and you're like, okay, Valve, automatically handle the regional pricing for me, you're getting fucked by Blizzard, which, I mean, isn't news. You're always getting fucked by Blizzard. I'm pretty sure some people at Blizzard are getting fucked by Blizzard. Knowing what I know. Payday 3 is really sad. You know, I wanted to I was hoping that Payday 3 would be good and that I would like it, but what's the right package? This one? No. You're kind of getting fucked here too. Starfield, you're kind of getting fucked. I think it was like, I think that the From Software games are pretty good. Might have to buy a cross just to defend against those. Yeah, it's actually really upsetting. Like, at least I can respect a developer that is like, okay, Argentina, Indonesia, other places where you're not making as much, yeah, the game's cheaper. But when I look and it's just like super fucked up, no. Look at this. Look at Stardew Valley. Dude, shout out as if it, you know, as if we even needed more reason to shout out Stardew Valley, which I'll never back away from doing. That's good pricing. That's fucking fair. What a dev. What a dev. What a dev. I bet Terraria is like the same, right? Oh, they're using Valve suggested prices. Like, who cares? We've made millions. You take care of it, Valve. It's interesting to see, though, that this is like the first developer I've seen that actually uses Valve's suggested price. I mean, if you're Terraria dev, it's like, if you read logic, you don't care. People are going to buy Terraria. But good for them. Good for them for not, fucking people over. What about like cities? Wait, where's number 2? Give me 2. It's a lot of red. A lot of red. Yeah, I think it's part of Steamworks. Like, you can either let Valve handle the regional pricing, and they have their own, suggested prices for things based on, I guess. I'm gonna guess that it's value against the US dollar, is my assumption. I actually don't know how it works. Hold on. Steamworks, Valve, regional pricing. Developers on Steam have control over their own prices. Researching and determining item prices can be a challenge for some developers. As a service for helping you manage pricing across all our different currencies, Steam offers a recommendation for all of their currencies based on whatever USD price you choose. When you are entering your pricing for your game, you will notice Steam fill in a set of recommendations based on your selected USD price. You can use our recommendations for some, all, or none of the other currencies as you see fit. How does Valve determine those recommendations? Attempting to treat pricing as a simple problem of foreign exchange rates and tie each currency's price equivalency to the exchange rate, but that kind of strategy vastly oversimplifies disparate economic circumstances from one territory to another. And while exchange rates do have macroeconomic consequences, they generally don't have short-term impacts on an individual consumer's purchasing. Rather than just pegging prices to foreign exchange rates, our process for price suggestions goes deeper into the nuts and bolts of what players pay for the goods and services in their lives. This includes metrics like purchasing power parity and consumer price indexes, which help compare prices and costs more broadly across a bunch of different economic sectors. But in the case of games on Steam, we also drill down more specifically to entertainment purchasing to better inform those decisions. Okay, so it's very multi-varied. I don't know what these other companies are using that. They must have some internal person that they use or some, they outsource those kinds of things. I mean, plus minus 10%, I guess, is not a huge deal, but it really just depends on the country. Yes, people get cheap Steam keys in Argentina, but I don't think people would get... It's a problem of development because you can create a separate package for your game that is just Argentinian localization. The problem is you don't want to have like a million packages for your game. You don't want to have a million builds. It's just overcomplicated. So usually you have you usually have a game. You select the language in the settings. It's a global release, a global key. And that's how you handle it. But then you do have people who go and they find a way to buy the Steam key through an Argentinian site, or they use VPN or whatever. I get it. I get why you wouldn't put your game at $1, but it's really just... I would just use Valve suggested prices. Personally. I mean, I'm glad that they're doing something more to crack down on people who aren't in Argentina using nefarious means to get onto that, but I would still rather have somebody buy my game on Steam than to pirate it, or for instance, just for like protection, like for safety reasons. But if you can't afford the game, then you should just get my game for free. I mean, I want to have a demo of Cauldron Chronicles of my game, absolutely. That way I don't think people... Because I pirate games. I do pirate games. Usually to try them, to see if I would like them. Because some games I have to play myself. And if you don't have a demo, I can't try it. But there are a lot of games that I pirate that I then end up buying later on. Yeah, regional pricing is crazy. I guess the big names don't really have to care too much about it. $329% more expensive in Argentina than suggested. Some of these are a little weird. It is what it is. But we want to do some dev today. Yesterday we created that universal interaction system, which was great, so we could essentially hook up anything to be interactable by having its parent be a certain actor, and that was pretty nice. I want to build on top of that today and actually at least be able to like have a cauldron with nothing in it, and we can just like grab things off of drag and drop things from. Oh, let me pull paint. Let me illustrate this. Okay, so we have like cauldron, right? We have circle. Okay, you're looking down on the table, maybe not directly top down, but some. Well, if you're like sitting at a desk, right, and you imagine like a cauldron is within that table, you can pick up ingredients and put them in there, and like this is your workspace, right? So this is the way that I see like the alchemy of the game working, is you have this workspace, separate camera, because it's a first person camera usually, but for this it's more like you're not just like looking down, it's more of like a fixed camera on the table, on the workspace, that you can then do things and it doesn't change the camera. And then you can back out of the table and then go back to your first person view, right? So you have like your table. That's not how a table looks. Okay, hold on. Let me move this over. And you have your jars and shit. Whatever, jars, whatever, stuff to do. Or maybe like some alchemy book. It doesn't really matter. What we just want is we want to have this fixed camera position that you can go into and back out of. And I don't know how to do that. I've never done that. So we're going to have to look up some tutorials or some documentation on that. And then just dragging and dropping stuff from on the table, like some ingredients. Just being able to grab those and put those into the cauldron. Like they don't need to do anything right now. I want to be able to drag and drop stuff from there into the cauldron. A very immersive way of just handling that. Dude, this game would be so cool in VR actually. Like if you could actually just like post-release, but it would be, I think it'd be pretty cool to have like a immersive VR alchemy. But anyway, this is the goal for today. So we have our interaction system, and I can load it up here. Let's pop it open. Dude, the Epic Games Launcher, it's so fucking slow. It's so slow. This is like one of the core things about the Epic Games, and I don't know if it's just me. Maybe there's some like setting that I've done on my computer, but it's so slow to load. They need to fix this. Oh. By the way, the music volume, is that okay with you guys? I hate dealing with stream audio. I really hate it. Maybe it'd be a bit easier if I had like a mixer that I could adjust, but so annoying. Okay, so we worked on this yesterday where we have essentially this interaction system that works via a line trace from the player to anything that inherits from a certain parent, an interactable parent, and it can do. You can set it up to do any custom scripts based on this, and all we have to do is for any actor that we want to have something interactable, we just create a new actor. We set its parent to be the VP interactable, and set up the custom scripting. It's really, really great. So I think that we can actually just build off of this to try and make this this table and like Cauldron thing. So let's build a small little table here with our brushes. Normally you don't want to get like too... You don't want to get too crazy with these, because I don't think that they are very... Oh god, what's the issue? They don't have collision, right? I believe they don't have collision. They're really good for prototyping and white boxing, but you don't really want to use these brushes in the final product. I think that's about table height, right? That is not table height. That is not table height. I mean... So it's still a little high, I think. It's still a little high. Pretty good. It's pretty big though. Let me turn off scaling, snapping. It's alright. It's alright to start with. Then we're going to take and make a cylinder subtraction brush. Subtractive. Perfect. Can I set number of sides? Can I just... Yeah, we just want to make it more circular. And this is just going to represent like where the cauldron is, right? Because I really see it as one of those I don't know. Actually, yakiniku grills are exactly this kind of like the way I see it, right? So these Japanese grills that are usually in a table like this. And that's the way I see like the cauldron, right? Like you don't want it, you want to have a table where the cauldron is on top of it and then you like, you know, you're trying to look over to see. It's better if it's in the table itself so that you have this a workspace, but you also have this cauldron that is just right there. Also, this looks yummy as shit. I wonder if there's any good yakiniku places in Kraków, where I'm living. I don't know. Maybe there's. Okay, so let's make this. I don't know how big it should be. Yeah, if it spills or floats, you have a buffer before the floor gets stained. If you're an alchemist, do you care if your floor gets stained? I don't know. I've been wondering if we should, if like I should call this an alchemy game, or if, because there's this I think there's this D&D homebrew class called an elixirist. I kind of like this sound of elixirist. But I wonder if it's too, like, if at a certain point it's too niche, because everybody knows, like, what if you say this is my alchemy game, everybody knows what you're talking about. Everybody gets the general premise. If you say this is my game, you're an elixirist. It's like, it sounds too weird to actually instantly trigger those neurons in people's brains, right? It's one of those like marketing things where you don't want to be too weird, because then people can't associate real world experiences with it. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Because remember, we're gonna have the camera. Hold on, if I can play it in viewport, and I can eject. And this is about where I see like the camera be. Hold on, I gotta slow it down a bit. Right, because you're gonna be like looking top down. You're gonna then be dragging shit into the cauldron and like doing stuff. Maybe more like. More like this or something. I mean, we can do multiple views too, so maybe if you need like a view that's like centered on the cauldron, that's one thing, but if you want one back on the table, you know, that's what the prototype is for, right? We need to find that golden feeling of making something. Let me load up Asset Forge, actually, which is a kit basher I own. I'm gonna log in. Where's my login? I own this. I need. Oh, it's itch.io. I gotta log in. Hold on. Emailed me a token. Okay, hold on. Yes, I do see it. Oh, McDonald's. I don't want a Big Mac. Okay, hot take, but I actually don't like burgers. I don't like all the extra shit on a burger. If you give me a burger, I just want like a cheeseburger, right? The meat, the cheese, the buns. That's it. I know it's a wild take, right? Okay, download Asset Forge. Okay, we got it. Extract to desktop. Asset Forge, perfect. Shout out to WinRAR and not buying WinRAR. WinRAR. Oops. Okay, I just want to make like a cheap little cauldron here, right? Where's my primitives? Be like that. Where's my normal cylinder? My filled in cylinder. Yeah, it's probably good. I kind of wish the walls of this were thinner, but it doesn't really matter right now. The size of the opening doesn't really matter as much right now. The more important thing is just being able to drag and drop things into it, right? So I kind of want to put like some water in there as a... No, we don't need it right now. We don't need it right now. This is good. It's good. It's good black. A little bit too black. More like gray. Export model. Unreal. X is not... Oh no, X is up in Unreal, isn't it? Yeah. Merge blocks, FBX is fine. Scale 100, let's just see how that looks. You know, he's just re-exported with different settings, so try that. It is on its side, and it is tiny. A little baby cauldron. I also didn't want to import its materials, but that's okay. Yeah, X is definitely not, that's not up. I think Y. I think we need to tell it that Y is up. That's what I thought. I thought Y was up in Unreal. Am I crazy? That looks proper now. I mean, I don't know why oh no, I know why we made this is because there might be some... The reason why we can't just have a hole is because there might be some logic that we want to put specifically to the cauldron. So when you release the mouse button, it can fire like a line trace, find the cauldron and do... It might do some logic. So it is good to have that, that actor where we can hold logic like that. I think that's pretty good. We can just scale the... I can actually set the same location too, so I can set the same X and Y for this cylinder brush, like, I don't know, 1325 and 1290. Okay, they're centered, and then we can just lower the scaling of the cylinder here. It is way too fast of scaling. I need it much slower. Okay, that works. That works. That works. We can group those together too so we can move them at the same time. Let's do that. Cylinder, cauldron, group. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. I mean, I'd like to make that into an actual blueprint and stuff, but for now, that's pretty okay. Right now, I want to focus on how could we have like an interaction here that switches camera and changes control scheme, and then taking that back. How do we create that? We have our interactable. We can set, some interactable here as the trigger to go into that. I don't know how to switch camera and relinquish control. I can switch input mapping. I guess that isn't too tough. I know how to do that. And switching it back. Like, we don't want to kill the player's pawn. Really just want to change like the camera view. It's almost like a separate. Let's look it up. Let's just look it up. Let's figure it out. UE5 switch camera. Switch between cameras. Multiple fixed camera perspective. That's like blend trigger volume. Create additional overlap volumes of camera actors. You will navigate your player character through each volume to demonstrate the transition. You know what? There might be a, what's it called? Like content examples from Unreal? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let me create one of these real quick. Just download 8 gigabytes real quickly. I should have had this too in the first place. It's such a great tool from Epic to give you examples of how to accomplish different things. And there might be something in there. But this is exactly what we want. I just don't know if we want to use an overlap volume because we want to trigger it, but camera define. Just set view target, but it sets view target, but that doesn't remove. That is just going to change the view, but it won't change the controls at all. And my worry is that if we switch just controls, we aren't actually switching the player character or pawn. But if we remove action mappings for moving and for interact, if we just remove the action mappings, the input here, these input mapping contexts, or if we just remove default while you're at the table, the player shouldn't be able to jump, move, look, or interact. And then we can have a separate input mapping context for while you're at the table for buttons that you can press and things that you can do. And that should handle it. But I want to see a bit more about how they've accomplished this. Got a lot of nice asset packs. We'll definitely use these things with prototyping, I think. Especially this. This is pretty cool. It's not stylized, but it doesn't really have to be, right? It's like just prototype. The final result should be stylized, especially when we start going towards the obviously when we start going towards vertical slice, we need to have release quality assets and production quality or production ready pipelines. I just saved it. You know how scared that makes me? Like if I just save something but then I go to exit and it's like, hey, do you want to save it? Like, did I not just do that? Okay, let's see if there's a map here that goes over like camera stuff. I don't know if there is, but we'll see. Blueprints. I don't see anything, but I don't know about you guys. I don't know if there's what's rendered a target? Oh, the texture creator. Interesting. Yeah, actually this one could be useful for us. Just with, I mean, this is exactly what we want, right? Something like this. Pretty nice. The keys to set up your player controller to enable mouse clicks. How do they do that? Okay, so they use tick to follow cursor, of course. This is using the old input system, isn't it? Well, they actually set a different material. They don't even use a material instance to control this, it looks like. It's an interesting choice. I don't know why they would do that. It is generally what we want, though. There's also a prototype that I did a few months ago. Let me show that to you guys. Of being able to drag from inventory onto a table. And I think that worked pretty well too. But that was mainly dragging from UI to 3D world. So we could do something like that. Okay, but we're here for cameras. I don't see anything about cameras, so let's not use the list. Let's check out what they did here. I closed it. Why would I do that? Am I stupid? We could try it. We just put. Let's just start with a camera. And let's say when the player make a new blueprint actor. Let's call it BP camera switch. I have to reparent it. Hold on, I didn't set its parent correctly. Let's just put a cube in there just so we can, look and see it, right? Okay, and on interact, what node did they use? They used set view target with blend. I think this is a player controller, gets new view target. We need that actor object reference. Yeah, how do they get the camera to find? Oh, they get an actor of class. They make a separate camera actor. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Camera actor. This will be alchemy table camera or something. right now we can do the get all cameras. Oop, that's wrong. Actually, we can just pilot it. Let's just. But another thing, if you're in Unreal, you can pilot the camera itself, and then eject yourself when you have the view that you want. Like we can just specifically move this around until we have that exact view that we're looking for. Something like this. And then we can eject ourselves. And now that camera is right in the proper place. So, really nice. On event begin play, we'll just... Obviously this is not what we would want to do for the whole thing, but we can get all actors of class here. We will only have one alchemy table, so we're only going to have one actor of this class. And we can promote to variable alchemy table cam. And we don't need to mess with any of the other stuff. We don't need to do some special blending or whatever. We also then need to target, we need to get enhanced input. Which one is it? What the? We need the subsystem. I just forget which one it is. I think it's this one. And then we need to remove context. Oh shit, I completely forget how to get rid of context. Unregister input mapping context. That's not the right one. In input user settings object. Oh shit, okay, we need to look this up on the documentation. UE5 enhanced input content. I forget which node it is. But we have to, do we have to enable it? Should be enabled by default. Should be. I don't think we have to do that. Yeah. Yeah, see, enhanced input local player subsystem. Why do they cast it to player controller? You just get the player controller. And add mapping context. Remove mapping context. Okay, there it is. There it is. Options? No. So now this should, when the player interacts with that big cube, it's gonna set our camera and we can't move. And I can even, actually, I'll do one even better. We will show mouse cursor. fucking working. I can't tell if my pawn is moving or not, so I actually want to play it here. And then we will eject. I need to eject. Just to see. Okay. My player is still there, my player character. I'm going to put a... Oh god, we're going to need like a whole separate... Hold on. Oh. Hold up. Okay, we need it. Ooh, sorry guys, I just bumped you. Wake up, wokage. We can use the same interactable blueprint to get rid of this, to like escape from this. Or we can just have like a button press. We can have both. I mean, we can do both. But right now I just need some way to get back to the player camera. I don't think it should be too hard. But I want something on the table that you can like click. You know what, let's just do UI. Let's just do it through UI for now. Let's do it through UI. Let's have like an alchemy HUD. User it. WVP alchemy HUD. On camera switch, we also want to create widget. Alchemy HUD. Add to viewport. What's the difference between add to viewport and add to player screen, actually? I've never used that. Oh, okay, so it's good for like, for split screen. How do you tell it which player though to add it to? I don't know. I know viewport works, so that's the one we're using for now. Okay, and in here we will have a, let's put a canvas up. Pull it out to 1080p. Let's throw in a button. And a text as a child of the button. Oops. Go. Just a big X, big red X. Yep. And we'll do B exit. Size to content, good. And we'll set the anchor in the upper right. For now, we'll just drag it like here. Good enough, right? This is at, that's how it'll look, that size. That's okay. On pressed, we need to add the context back to the player, so we can actually just we can actually just set this up in the player controller themselves. Yeah, let's do that. I just feel like I want to do that instead. First person. Let's set the function add input context. I mean, maybe this isn't the right way to do it, but what do I know? You know what? I want to do it this way. I want to do it this way. I changed my mind again. Flip-flopping like a politician out here. Add context. Default. And we need to get the view back. How do they do that with this? Is there end overlap? Oh, they just cast a character and that's their new view target, so it automatically handles it? Do 2 validation checks. That's fair. Good way to do it. I don't think we're going to do the validation checks because we don't really give a shit right now, but these are just prototypes. Everything that we make in a prototype would be deleted. It'd be like, it wouldn't be part of the final game anyway. We would create it properly going towards vertical slice. And you would just work off of these, but you wouldn't directly copy everything. You would create things with the proper structure and organization and like coding processes and practices. Okay, get player character. I think we still need to cast to first person, which in this case is okay. We can cast in this case because the first person character is already loaded into the level. Obviously it's still there, your character hasn't disappeared. Normally I would want to avoid doing too many casts because they can daisy chain and load a bunch of shit that you don't want. Set view target. Get player controller. I mean, if technically this should work, but we need to then remove. Can we remove widget from viewport? Move widget self. Needs self. I guess it's like the viewport. We need like a blueprints also. Game viewport subsystem. And we get the game viewport subsystem. Do we remove it? Do we just, I don't want to just hide it. How the fuck do I do this? Oh, this is the, okay. Oh, interesting, okay. Widget would be self. Wonder if that actually works. I've never done that. I've never done this, but it might be, this might be the actual way you should do it. Well, let's try it, let's give it a shot. Okay. Boop. Oop, we have to fix the mouse, but okay. I think it's working. We just need to set show mouse cursor to false, and I want to set input mode game only. Flush input. Then we can remove the widget from its or from the viewport. And here I can set input mode, game, and UI. With this widget to focus. And hopefully this works. Okay, we have our mouse, we close it, and we're back. Okay, we have it. We have our alchemy table. I'm actually going to take this camera switch here. We're gonna move it. I want to make this cube just like fucking tiny. Doesn't matter, like this is just our kind of like our hidden little boy here. And the interactable collision we can then just scale up to be the size of this table. Which is essentially just filling in for our what should be a proper BP in the first place, but it's fine. Just needs to be like this. I am pressing interact. Why you no worky? Oh, why is it only working with the cube? We found a bug from yesterday. That's weird. It should be triggering when I look at this, when it hits this this collision, and not just the cube itself. Let me turn my debug back on for this. Would it be doing that? Line trace by channel visibility. Yeah, it blocks visibility trace response. Because it's specifically looking for out hit actor. You know, it could be hit actor. Yeah, but it is the actor. Let's see if it just recognizes the Does not. It only recognizes it on the cube. It's really weird. Recognizes the cauldron. Huh. Oh. Okay, that's really weird. Something fucked up on this, no collision enabled. That's probably the problem. We just need query only. Right? That might be the issue. Yes, that was the issue. Okay, problem solved. We had the collision set up correctly, we just didn't have the, we didn't have collision enabled, so it was actually just looking for... It was taking the visibility trace from the static mesh, which is why it was still working on our spheres and cubes here, but yeah. Obviously the collision box is not a static mesh, so it didn't have any collision. Okay, perfect. But it's query only, so there's no actual physics enabled on it. Cool. Cool. Also cool. It's putting us like... I kind of wish it put us at a specific spot, but that's not prototype stuff. Doesn't matter where it puts us in a prototype. What matters is that it works. I'm a little cold. A little cold in here. What do we need to do next? We have our screen. I actually don't like that it's this aspect. What's the aspect ratio of a... I know it is the right aspect ratio, right? That's a 69 aspect ratio. It's just scaled because of this. Yeah, it's just looking silly because of that. But it's right, it's correct. Now we need to actually like have some actors on here or something that we can pick up, drag, and drop. The thing is, and this is the biggest thing to consider, is that number one, we need it to hit, we only want to allow it to drop. On the right actor. We don't want the player to be able to drag it and then drop it outside of this cauldron, this table area, right? That's number one. Number two, this is not a flat surface. And if we do a line trace, like to the bottom of this, to here, it's going to hit this wall inside the cauldron and drop it like in. I would rather have it drop only on this. Well, I want the player to be able to drop it anywhere, but I want it to be I want it to be on a plane, right? It's always going to be at the same height that it spawns from. That way you can actually like see the visual of it dropping in. So we need like a separate... We need a separate collision check here. We need a separate collision box. That's going to take those line traces. Right? Am I right? I mean, do we want another trace channel then? Yeah, I think we do like a separate trace channel, like the alchemy table. default, ignore. Really, this should be its own separate VP. Doesn't really matter though right now. So now we want to place a... How do we want to do this? I wish I had that prototype I made. Because I really like the code that I used there for this. Fuck. It's at home though. I don't have it here at all. Yeah, I don't have it here at all. Damn it. Damn it, I really like how I did it. Well, we could also just make an alchemy table blueprint, like a proper one. Let's do that tomorrow let's just finish today's proto, which will be dragging and dropping into the Cauldron. That's it. That's gonna be the finale for today. Which it's further out than you might think, because we have to do a lot of weird shit. Well, maybe not if this content example is something we can use. Before I was doing it from UI to 3D, so you have to do a lot of UI shit. And I even had it so you could drag it back into the UI. That was nasty. But if we don't have to drag back to or from UI, it should be easier just to move shit around in the world. You get out of here, camera. Okay. We have this. Let's create a separate blueprint. BP. Let's just call it alchemy table, because like we can delete everything in there and then remake it for tomorrow. So. It's not a big deal. We just want a collision box. That ignores all trace channels. No collision. Custom, ignore everything except block alchemy table, trace channel. I'm gonna put this in the game. Guys, I'm already tired. My sleep has been terrible for like the last couple days. It's been so bad. My sleep is usually bad. I don't know if I have like some light form of insomnia or something. Because I like wake up and roll around probably. It's got to be at least 20 times a night. I think that's pretty good for length and width. We can just move it down. Because then we can just spawn the thing wherever the trace hits. And that'll be slightly above the table. And we can then just move it up based on it. I think that will work. Now we need a separate input mapping context. I'm going to organize everything in this folder tomorrow as well. Today's just like proof of concept shit. Input mapping, okay. Input mapping context. Just call it alchemy. And we want that click. We want that just like an action of and this will be the mapping context that we apply here. Yeah, digital bool is fine. Let's add our mapping. Left mouse button. And I think that's okay. That's just what we want. We just want to click or not clicking. Right, and should we put all of the... How do we want to do this then? Do we want to... Let's send a message through an interface. Let's make a new blueprint interface. API alchemy table. Let's create two functions, start alchemy, or let's do like I don't know, I need like a fucking name here. Like you get to the table, like we can rename them later. Let's just do start alchemy and end alchemy. Okay, let's add the interface. When the player starts alchemy, we want to get the player controller. Subsystem, add context. We're gonna put the no, we'll just do the context addition here. No, we're good. We're okay. We're okay. Move context. Okay, so when the player interacts, camera switch, we want to start alchemy. Actually, I think I can get actor of class. That just returns the first one. There's only one for now, so it's fine. BP. This is already not correct, I know, but it is. Why is that a wild card target? Oh, it's because it's not the message. You want the message form. It was doing an event call. Yeah, okay. Now I want to do a test just to see if that's working. We can do a alchemy click event. This is the correct one. We just do a print. I don't know if we would have to enable input on this. We might have to, but let's just see first. Currently clicking, nothing's happening. No. Let's try enabling input. Okay, now we're working. Yeah, and it's working anywhere. It's working anywhere. Okay, now we need to do a line trace here. By channel. Actually, can't we do a line trace under cursor? Oh god, how do we do that? Let's check the content examples. This is another one where maybe tomorrow I'll bring the let me add that. Let me how do I remind myself? How do I remind myself of something that I won't forget in 1 hour? That's the biggest challenge of my life. But I'll bring that prototype I made and see what I did there. But for now, at least we can check what is being done here. What do they use here? They probably don't do it through the level BP, right? They do it through the level BP, right? Well, I said the keys just set up your player controller to enable mouse click. What player controller do they use for that? MI player controller. Mouse interface, enable click events. Click event keys. Click trace channel. I don't know if this is the way that I want to do it though. Also a trace distance of 100,000, that is absurd. That's really far. That's so far. It's 100,000 centimeters, wouldn't that be? 1,000 meters? Hold on, American brain. Need to check that. Yes, it is 1,000 meters. A kilometer. Kilometer trace. Holy shit. You know how far that is? If you think like I mean, GTA 5's map is like a grid. Is like 80 kilometers squared. if this is kilometer by kilometer, I mean, think like I could then do a path trace that far. Which I mean, for like if you're shooting something, right? Like it makes sense if you're shooting a gun. But just to do a fucking random trace, no. No. No, no, no. It was a dedicated cheat manager too. Shit, I gotta look up how that works. So I don't know if I want to do it through this primarily. I don't like it. It's kind of janky too, right? I mean, it doesn't really matter for a prototype, right? But there's something about this that is just a bit jank. It's not bad, it's just jank. It's just really jank. I don't know how to describe it. It's hard to, I guess you can kind of see some of the things, but you really just have to feel it. And I can tell you, I promise you, it's just so jank. It's so jank. I'm pretty sure even my prototype felt better. But I could be wrong about that. That could just be bias. Because they just do these like touch events. You know, it's just a line trace, that's all it is. I mean, this would solve the exact same thing. Because we need to trace for things, for actors that can. It's essentially very similar to what we did for the for this. We're gonna trace visibility first. We're gonna grab anything that implements an interface. So like an alchemy ingredient, right? We're gonna pick it up and it's gonna follow our cursor around. And then we're going to drop it, but only on the alchemy table. And it's going to drop it exactly where we do that hit, which is on the surface of this highlighted collision box. So it will always drop on this surface at the exact same height. So we need like an alchemy ingredient. So yeah, let's make an actor. VP ingredient. Let's make an interface. VPI ingredient. In here. Boom, done. We will now create, hold on, BP ingredient. Static mesh. Ingredient mesh. Now it doesn't really matter what we make these, I just want like 2 of them just so we can see that it's working with different things. Let's just make them cubes. Let's not even do that. Let's just make cube, and we will do the proto material. Ingredient, color, 2D, wait. No. Linear color, that's what we want. Construction script, get ingredient color, cube, material, not set material, get, no, set material, create dynamic material instance, and proto, vector, set vector parameter value, color, gradient color, default, red, set material, make those look a little bit pretty. Good. Now we should be able to put some ingredients on here. I think it has collision, right? Oh my god, that is big. Hold on. I forgot it was that big. Default scale 0.05. Let's try that. Little baby ingredient. A little bit too small. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, that's acceptable. This instance editable, collision, we need physics enabled. Our cube. Where physics? Okay. Good. Good. Okay. And then now we can adjust the color on these. We can make let's just make 3 of them to start with. 3 to start with, and we'll make 1 yellow and 1 green. These are our ingredients. Okay. Next step needs to be what? Ingredients are fine. API, that's fine. We need to do a trace on click. Yes. I would like to put some branch. I just want to see. Let's put some beans in here. I'm just doing these as kind of like dummy. So I actually just want to see how it handles the flow of these when I click, when I hold, when I drag, things of that nature. I want to new editor window. I'm gonna make this baby size. Over here. Okay, when I hold it down, we get trigger. So that's the one that we want to use as a tick, essentially, for as I'm moving it around, the ingredient follows it. Started is the pickup, trigger is our tick to move, and completed is the drop. So we don't need ongoing or canceled. So started is our trigger. This is where we do a line trace by visibility channel. And we're gonna get the pretty much the exact same setup here. Obviously we don't have a first person camera. I don't think our forward vector needs to be that large, but that's fine. It can be 200. That's fine. We want to get from that alchemy camera. What was it called? Alchemy table camera. Get actor of class. Alchemy table camera. And promote to variable. And that's where we're going to get the forward vector from. Let's hope that works. Let's do a trace. The chain? What? Okay, we're getting the trace. We're not doing it based on the mouse cursor yet. That's so weird. Why is it doing that? Weird. It's doing it based on the camera, but it's not doing it based on our click position. So we actually do need to do a we need it based on that click event. Get the hit result. How do I do that? How do I do a line trace from cursor to mouse cursor? Pointer event. I think it would be get mouse position on viewport. Vector 2D, so it'd be the X and Y, correct? Let's print this. Where's my tick? Do I have a tick on here? Do I have an event tick? This should be 0, 0. the upper left. And this should be roughly 1920 by 1080, right? Okay, it's, wait, it would be here, wouldn't it? Yes, because that's the actual camera. Yeah, but that's not 0, 0. So weird that we need like how do we do this? It's like the thing is utilizing a widget. It works here because there's a I want to find a way to do it without widgets, of course, but there's a way to do it with widgets where on button click, and I can just make the entire screen one big button, right? If I do this, we could do that. I can get the position in the world that I can do like a trace beneath the cursor, which is what I did for my my bartering prototype, just that weird like table thing. Unfinished prototype, really. Fit position. I don't know how though. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did. Fuck. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. UE5 get position. Do we get perform trace on click block? Character statements and looking at the mouse click. Pretty much it, yeah. Exactly what we're gonna do. Get hit result under cursor by channel. Let's try it. Target is player controller, obviously. Trace channel visibility. Yeah, see the start, of course, is the world location of this. The forward vector that we want to get is not from the camera itself, but actually from the impact point. Let's try this. I don't see any debug. Oh. Why is it going there though? The start is fine. The start is the camera. Maybe it's just location and not impact point. That could be it. Let's try that. I'm still doing the same thing. It's not like there's no weird another collision there, is there? It's doing a visibility collision. Technically, the only things that it should be hitting are the ingredient and the cauldron. It's just like this. This ignores the camera actor that's here. And the only thing it hits are, you can see it with these squares. Technically, I think it's hitting the top of that collision box. I mean, that's fine and all, it's just that we should be registering that impact point when we click as well, when we're doing this click. The start is fine, it's the end that's the problem. Oh, wait. Now it's working. Now it's working. Yeah, we don't need to get the forward vector or a length because why would we need to? We were already getting the hit location. Okay, that's big. Okay. Progress. That's progress. Ooh. Next up, we need to get this hit. It just feels like we're kind of doing two traces that we don't need to be doing. We probably only need to be doing one trace. Sorry guys, hold on a sec. Got more bots in chat. So I'm using this list here. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why they exist. But I've had pretty much most of these in my chat. It's so weird. I mean, some of these are okay, right? Like stream elements, Moobots, like those are bots, yes, but they're bots that, or Nightbot, those actually do something. These other ones are just bots that I don't know why they're here. They don't do shit. Okay, We probably don't need to be doing 2 traces here, right? Like, it's just weird. However, it should be fine. This is just prototype. If the hit actor implements the interface of gradient, we want to gradient to gradient found. Now we want to how do we pick this up now? How do we do this? We can have it essentially like tick a trace. Alright guys, let me on it a lot. I'm just kind of dead today. Maybe need some energy too. I haven't had any lunch or anything. I had a fitness bar and a small bag of almonds. Like 30 grams of almonds. That's not much. I don't really have anything else here to eat though. Just some small shit. Kind of want something warm. It's like, it's just rainy this morning and it wasn't great. Really shit today. But we'll try to get progress with this, and then I might just go eat something a bit later before heading home. I don't know if the weather's cleared up at all. It says it has. It says it's mostly sunny. A bit warmer. Stronger winds. Don't know. Like, do we want the player to... I want the player to be able to, like, drag this around, right? And we can use the exact same... I think we could use the exact same thing here, right? To drag it. Engage sphere movement with mouse cursor. The thing is, they have a fully flat surface, so no matter... They're like locking the mouse to the viewport. You still get some weird shit though. I don't know what's going on here that's making it move like this. It's really funky. Yeah, it looks kind of silly. I mean, it works though. It does work. And they're just doing that with a on tick essentially. Which mouse? Which one is one? Which one? I'm gonna assume that this bottom left is number 1, but I could be wrong. Not that one. This one. They're just using a gate, so these are all ticking constantly. all of these ticking constantly. And it's only allowing that tick to change something if it's the one that is selected. That feels really poorly optimized. I don't know if that should be a content example. That's not a great example to follow. I mean, they are actors. They are always ticking. I guess the gates don't really... I guess the gates don't really cost much to do a check all the time. I'm no engine programmer. I can't tell you if that's costly check to be doing. Just setting the location to... It keeps the Z by always getting its last Z. It's not bad, actually. It's quite good, this method. I like it. I like it. Do we want to do it? Let's try it. Let's just start. Let's just go into it. Let's do the while it's being triggered, which is that our tick. I want to move this down too. Let's do another get hit result under cursor by channel. Let's just do it their way for the most part. The alchemy table. Break hit result. We're gonna have that location. Let's set actor location. Want to keep the Z static. You know, it will be because it's looking for that table. Let's just try this for now. Do we need sweep or teleport on? I'm actually not sure about that. I don't think so. It ain't doing anything. That would be why. Because it is... Why? Hold on, let's undo that. Do we still get the errors, or is it because of something else? There's something else here. Maybe it's not setting the right actor. I don't think it is. I don't think it's actually hitting the right actor. Raise channel. What's it getting stuck by? So let's do this. Hold on. Print string. I don't think it's actually finding the actors. It's hitting camera switch. Actors to ignore. Yes. I think we could actually just solve it by making this box for the camera switch interactable. Christ, where the fuck is it? We just need this box to be smaller than we just need it to be lower, essentially. We need it to be here. And then technically it's all solved. Problem solved. However, I do want to do a valid check. I want to do a validation check on this first. That way we can avoid the errors. If it's not a valid ingredient, then we just do nothing. Let's just do a quick check. BP ingredient, BP ingredient. Hold on, I was still getting camera switch there. It shouldn't be a problem though. It's for sure lower than the table. Actually, I want it even lower. I want it lower than the table itself. I want it like here. Yeah. That way, I don't think we'll ever trigger it again just by clicking on the table. We might hit like the edges, because it is kind of there still on the edges, but oh, now now we can't interact with it. Why? Because it's visibility. It's a visibility channel. I know why. We actually do kind of need it there. Good thing. I think the way we've made this table is just really shit. Good enough though. Okay, it's not triggering if we drag. It's really weird. It's really weird. Yeah, it's like sometimes I click and it just, like here, it's not even doing the trace. I don't know why. It's kind of fucked up. I don't know why it's not doing that. Doing a complex trace, maybe we should just do the simple trace. No, it's still getting that problem. Like I'm clicking here, no trace. I move it a little. I think it has to do with something with dragging, I think. God, it's so weird. I think it's just an input action problem. we might need to set up a proper trigger, which might change some of how we're setting this up, but I think that pressed and hold and release need to be engaged. And I don't know if that's going to screw things up here.
You are a function of this total galaxy. The real deep down you is the whole universe. And it's doing your living organism and all its behavior. It's expressing it as a singer sings a song.
So weird. Well, let's just check these. So weird, because like right now it's not performing the trace, even though it is showing me that it's doing the trigger. I mean, for sure we just need to change some stuff now because we set up that pressed and hold and release time. So actually started is, no, triggered is now here, and ongoing is this here, if I'm not mistaken. I just don't know why it's not doing that line trace. Maybe it's because it isn't finding a hit result. I guess I can watch these values. And wait for it to fuck up. Oh, now it's not finding the ingredients though at all. Maybe it's because those do need to be tracing complex. Hold on. Try this. But now it's just not finding the ingredients. It's finding camera switch and the ramp that's behind it. And that cube back there. It's not even okay. Kind of finds cauldrons. Oh. It was working. Why is it not working anymore? Oh, now it is. So weird. But it's doing the trace though. It's just like it's not getting. So weird. So fucking weird. Yeah, I'm clicking here and nothing. But it is going, it's just not getting stopped. It doesn't think that it's hitting anything. This trace, I think, is happening fine. It's this trace. Well, now this isn't working. We need to figure out why this is not working. Location. I would think it would work. I don't understand the problem. I don't know why it isn't. Could just not be finding it valid for some reason. I watch this value. It really does not like the small size. It's oh, this trace channel isn't working. Yeah, we need like the world's location of the hit in world space. This should be the space. Why it wouldn't be? I mean, I already know that there's a problem because we're not clearing this ingredient found, but we'll fix that in a second. Right now, I just want to know why this. We know it was working before, though. We know that it was getting the right. That it was clicking on the table. Let's not trace complex, because I don't think it has any complex. Maybe we should just do a line trace instead of... So dumb, but maybe we should. It's like so many more extra nodes that I don't think need to exist. I mean, how the fuck did they get it to work here? Maybe we need to okay, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Maybe this is our problem. Yeah, but it shouldn't be. I don't know why this hit location is 0. I don't know why it's not. Is it because the trace is hitting the ingredient? So it's not actually finding... I have a feeling that that could be it. But we still need to do a regular trace by channel, but ignore the ingredient. If valid, essentially the exact same. It's this. We just need this up here as well. But this time we want to make an array for actors to ignore with the ingredient found. And then impact, wait, trace channel alchemy table. I think it's still getting 0 for some reason. Like, we're dragging. We should see a lot of shit happening. We should see a lot of shit happening when we drag here. The ingredient is valid. Set location. No worky. Because the hit result is 0. This is the problem, and I don't know why. Because no collision is enabled. It's the same fucking problem we had earlier. Game dev sucks sometimes. I'm very curious if we can then just go back to this. I want to die. Kill me. It's still not working. Why? Why do you do this? Why do you do this? Huh? Okay, that location is actually correct though. So let me just plug it back in. I'll just location, whatever, valid, yeah. Alchemy, trace, whatever. Talk about. That looks fine. Hold on, let me break this. Oh, it's ignoring self. We actually don't want it to ignore self. I mean, unless it means the trace itself, but I think it means the actor. We actually don't want it to ignore self. Okay, okay. See, that's what I want to see. That's good. This is good. This is a good thing. That is what we want to see, but we want it to now teleport the fucking ingredient. Cast to... I don't know if it's just not finding the right ingredient, something, or... It's not teleporting the ingredient. The trace is working. I don't really like how it's working, but it is working. I'm no fan, but the hit is working. The line trace by channel works. The hit location for some reason is not working. Hotspur. Gosh. Help. Help. I don't know why. I don't know why this set actor location is not working. Let me just get a new one. Let me just get a new... Artist actor. Should work. Technically, this should drag. I mean, if we ignore some of the ways that it's a bit wonky, it for sure is. It's not setting the actor location. Is it even? It has the right actor. I just don't know why that is not functioning. Keep switching to 0-0. I mean, it should still be doing something though. I mean, the 0-0s are kind of annoying. I don't know why those are occurring. They absolutely should not be. This should not be happening. I don't know why. The trace is just somehow going through. I mean, unless the I don't know. Like it's doing the trace. I can see it. Like doing the trace, great. It's ignoring the actors it should be. It's hitting the top of the What do you mean? Like change location? You probably okay. I see. Only if it hits. Okay. So branch. Okay, I see. Branch. True. Actually, we can probably do the branch. Get out of here. I see what you mean. It's not even moving at all though. You would think that even if it was weird, if the okay, that is helping to get more consistent. The values are great. That helps a lot. Thank you for that. It just isn't updating the actor location at all. And I don't know why. It can only get that far if it has the ingredient, which is this red cube. It could be any of the cubes, but you know, and the trace is working. It looks great. It should be moving it. It's got physics enabled and all this shit. The sweeper teleport is not relevant here. Just really weird, isn't it? I'm just curious. Okay, let's try the teleport because I thought that's just for fit. It's just whether we teleport the physics state. Maybe it is. Maybe it is because it is a physics. Maybe it was just as simple as that. This fucking hates me. I don't know why. I don't know why. Why won't you move? Get out of here. Dumb cubes. I'm just gonna target the component just out of pure curiosity. I don't know why that would be relevant, but why? Why is it like that? Isn't that weird? Me ignoring the... I know there's a couple bugs related to it, but... it's just weird. No, let me show you. It's really simple. It's literally just a cube. No, nothing. It's just it's just a cube. It's got a little bit of construction script logic for the color of it. And it has a blueprint interface. That's it. Like I don't see a reason why it should be doing that. Here's the physics. All I did was press simulate physics, right? Oh, you see an issue? Um, and the whole actor have. Where do I set this? Set in the class defaults, right? I don't either. Yeah, I don't think there is. I think it's just for. Only one's for the mesh. That's what I'm assuming. That's my assumption personally, and not the cube. I mean, we could move both. We could just, do this essentially. Or, sorry, not that. Yeah, I would like to teleport the root and them simultaneously. Essentially just doing this, right? As kind of wonky as this is. Is there a way that you can visualize the scene component during gameplay? Can I make that little billboard visible in game? Wait, rendering somewhere around here, right? I know it's somewhere. You could wait. Editor billboard. I want the billboard in the editor just so I can kind of see it. Well, actually, I could just print. I could just untick. I can just get the actual location, and oh yeah, that's true. I can just select it, do that, much better. How do I select? I'll just find it over here. I think there's a way that you can like click it right without playing the game. This one. Well, now I have it set up so it'll do both, so I actually need to. I want just this one. And that'll confirm the theory if it's true, if this changes. Yes, it just changes the scene route. This is not as much of a solution as it is. We know what the problem is. I don't want that to happen. mean, this is a prototype anyway. I don't need it to be. I need it to be functional, not necessarily proper. So if I have to teleport the root and cube with separate nodes, or you know, the mesh and the root, I'll just do it, right? Like, it's not that big of a deal. I'm only moving one thing at a time anyway, so it's not like it's computationally crazy. But that is good to know. I did not. Why have I never discovered this before? It's really weird. It's really weird. And I can see why now that you would think teleport would, and I think I should fix it. That's just weird. Why does my camera change when I do that? Also, that's just incorrect. Whoa, that's kind of trippy. I'm fucking up with my camera. Isn't that weird? Only doesn't in like a weird resolution though. Firstly, I want to just fix something small here, and that is the new location. I need to break vector, add 5. Okay. Should help with those weird, like, jumping problems, right? What's immediately... Hold on. Let me just add a crazy number here. Almost, it's worse now. Okay, that's fucking funny. It's funny. It's ridiculous. I like it. I wanted to like hover a bit. I need to like disable physics or something while it's doing that. Can I disable the physics? Fine, it's gonna be a bit wonky for the moment, but yeah, it's much better. We don't need to have physics enabled while it's moving, and then that will solve quite a few issues. And then when we drop it, we need to. I just feel like this is way too many nodes for what this is doing, but again, prototype. I need to remind myself that it can be really shitty. It can have too many nodes to solve a problem. What do I mean with what? This is release quality. No, Playway is not publishing this game, so this is not release quality. I mean, granted, actually for like an indie game, if this could just be smoother, I would accept it. This movement, like I just don't like that it's so choppy. I don't know why it's so choppy. Because we're tracing. I don't really know a better way to do that, but it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Who cares? The important thing is that I can move it from location to location. That's really all this needs to do. Although now it's, yeah. The first click is really weird. It's not always guaranteed. Okay, on release, which I believe, hold on, I gotta check it, gotta test it. You see which one is firing when I let go. Completed. Okay. Okay, on completed, we need to do another trace. Or I guess we could just we could update a vector with the last hit location. Because we're already doing the test here with the right trace. So if we just do, we promote this to last hit location. You can smooth it by moving it from location to mouse location with constant speed and trigger time. I think it is like delta. Move it from get its current location, get the new location, and I mean, we could. I don't want to worry about it now, though. It's like I don't need it to be smooth for proto. That's always something we can I always have to imagine okay, if I'm showing this to a publisher, this is something I can just say, it's not smooth right now, but it will be smooth. That's okay, problem solved. They don't care. Players would, obviously, you don't want to have that in a trailer, but for prototype and first playable, it doesn't matter. But I think we can just use the last hit location because this is already doing all the work for us. Where do I want to put this in the hierarchy? Doesn't really matter, but I'm starting to get a little bit of spaghetti here. Prototype, doesn't matter. That helps a little bit. On completed, we can just essentially set the ingredient to that location. And update its physics. I'm pretty much just gonna copy those. Set new location. And then we want to clear the ingredient found. I think that should work. There. that first click, I think it's just because of my holding time, which I don't know if we need anymore. I can probably just lower this, because the only thing we can do here is holding. The actuation thread. Point at which this trigger fires. Lowering that should help with responsiveness. Yeah, that's much better. We can also set the collision to ignore other ingredient. You know, we can just update the collision so that that's not occurring when the while it's being moved. Then we have to fix the cauldron. Yeah. Oops. That's nice. It shouldn't be hitting that. Shouldn't be tracing that far down. The table, actually, it might go that far down. I don't know. Let me check that. Okay, yeah, it's pretty big. We can make that small. We just need this to be a thin. Yeah, we just need it to be like that. Get back here. I don't remember where we had it. I know it was above the interaction. I think it was like here. Give it a test. Yeah, it's good enough. Good enough for the most part. It would be hard to have one get lost, essentially. Let me quickly update the collision of that. I can make a collision preset. I think a collision preset would just be easier. Ingredient dragged. We can ignore world static and physics bodies while it's being dragged. Hold on. Actually, no, we don't need any collision enabled while it's being dragged. And then we can go back to default, I don't know, block all dynamic, I think it is. I don't know what the default cube is for collision presets. Oh, it's just physics. Okay, yeah. So when it's dragged, collision collision. Not the profile name, is it? Not the profile name. How do we update the preset? I can hear someone in a neighboring room. They sound pretty upset. Messing with my music vibes. I actually don't know what its collision preset is. You'd think it would be like an enum or something, but let's just get the collision profile name. Let's print that just so I can see if that's actually what it is. I could do a breakpoint too, but this will just be easier. Physics, okay, so it is that. We just need to update the, let's do it after we turn off physics. Collision profile, that collision profile name to ingredient, oh shit, what was it? Ingredient dragged. And here we will do it same place. Collision profile name. Physics actor. Should work. Oh ho ho, look at that. Sexy. Sexy, sexy. Except if I drop it here now, it's gonna, yeah. Shit, I can't even grab the green one anymore. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There are actually some clever ways that I could get around this. I could just like delete the actor and then respawn it with the same stuff, and then just because then I can tell the spawning blueprint to ignore all that shit. Okay. I need to fix that though. Why did it do that? I mean, maybe it was because the target if blocked by something else. This is off, this has no effect. We could try this sweep. Yeah, the picking up is still weird. Oh my god, what is it doing now? I made it worse. It's so weird too, and I don't think that those have collision enabled. I think like something fucks up there. We can figure that out. I don't think that's a difficult thing to discover. I don't know why that happens with the camera. Kind of weird. Let's see. Let me drag this properly. Damn it, come here, you little bitch. Okay, let's break it. Okay, did I break it? Is it broken? It is broken. Okay, let's see. Let's find ingredient 1. This cube. Let's check this cube's physics. It is simulating physics. It is at physics actor. Weird. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's getting placed on top of this collision box. You should be ignoring everything though. That's the thing. I think it's something with getting that physics state updated is screwing it up. Yeah, it should be ignoring everything except alchemy table, which is a trace response. Its object response is ignoring everything. By the way, if you're wondering why it doesn't plop the item into the cauldron, it's just because technically it has simple collision and we haven't created that indent collision yet. We should be able to if we give it complex collision. You just gotta update its static mesh. I can show you the collision. Hold on, where's this? Just has this simple collision, really tiny too. And we can update that to give it, first we want to remove its collision. And then we'll give it, we'll give it some big convex. Probably so small. I really need to like re-import that at a larger size. I mean, that's pretty decent. That's pretty decent. Importing that at a larger size might make it better though. And now it actually goes in. It should be in there. It should be sitting at the bottom. Yep. We're there. I'm gonna remove that sweep. I don't know what the fuck it does anyway. Maybe it's the overlaps. I think it's this update overlap shit. It still gets stuck. It still gets stuck, and it's so weird. And then it doesn't even find it by trace anymore. Weird. And it's exactly at that +5 height position that I get when I pick it up. So weird. Wonder if I could prevent it from overlapping like that. I could like teleport it to a better position or something. It's pinging me. Thank you, by the way, everybody who's watching. If you are not following the stream, please give us a follow. Goal is 50 followers. That way we can reach a Twitch affiliate. That'd be great. I'm gonna monetize this shit out of this. That's right, $50 subs. Microtransactions for the subscriptions. You have to buy every new emote. No, but we can start getting emotes once we get affiliate, and that'll be fun. We can start giving VIP status and shit. A lot of stuff opens up. I think we have the streaming requirements for affiliate. I don't know where I look. Analytics. No. Community. No. Path to affiliate. We need to reach 50 followers. Stream for 8 hours, which we've done. Definitely. Stream on 7 different days, which we're about to do, and an average of 3 viewers in that time, which we'll get. Once we get more followers, we get more people here. I haven't been promoting this stream as much as I should have, but now that I've kind of like opened up the Discord and everything, and I'm gonna get that sorted out after stream today, then we can we'll get that. But the 50 followers goal, we just gotta hit. We just gotta promote this more, you know, tell your friends, tell your family, make bot accounts. Don't do that. Don't do that. We can reach 50, no problem. And I want 50, you know, real viewers. I don't want 50 fake or duplicate accounts. I want to grow this properly, strong and properly. By not understanding why my cubes are screwing up when they sometimes spawn on top of each other. Why? Like it's getting stuck inside of each other, yes. I get that. But why does it essentially stops becoming an object at that point? It's so weird. Can I do a trace? Hold on. Trace. Or not a trace. I want to get the hit actor again and print its display name, because it seems like it stops functioning to be an actor. Okay, it's all good. Like, yes, reading 3. Obviously, it's still a couple of bugs here to fix up, or I'm happy with it, or I find it acceptable. But when it gets stuck inside of each other, okay, 3 still works. 2 is not working. Classic. Oh. Kotspur, you showed me why that happens, and I'm gonna fix that, but it's still funny. It's still fucking funny. Not a cube. Not a cube, get out of here. Box collision. Yeah, you can attach it. Whatever. Should fix it. They should move around more naturally now. Maybe not. Maybe not. Who cares? Who cares? It's so weird that trace problem. I guess it's not really an issue. Like, it's just a prototype. Who cares if it they get stuck on each other sometimes? I care. You know, the reason I care is because it's a really weird thing that happens, and I want to know what to do to prevent that. Because it is something that we will need to prevent later. And this is weird. The traces are going right through it. I think it's like failing to set the properties. There's nothing that should happen. The cast is right, like we're updating its location. Maybe there's a way to just move it to a safe location nearby. Because if we can do a sweep hit result, if we can get basically a hit, and you know, it's like whether we sweep to the destination location, triggering overlaps along the way, and stopping short of the target if blocked by something. Only the root component is swept and checked for blocking collision. Maybe if we make the... But I need the default scene root, right? I can't make this the new root. For an actor. That's so weird. Maybe I'm missing something. The cached physics volume, this component overlay should be updated. What does that do? See, get physics volume. No. Let's try shit. Let's do this. I kind of want to break. Can I break these hit results? That's the only thing that does is it looks for a blocking hit. I want to do a print on each. Just to see if we hit that actor. I know why. I know why. I think I know why. The release... The ingredient we have that we're dragging for some reason, when we're releasing, I think is switching to the ingredient below it, and then it's updating that one's physics, which are already the same. And so the one that we're leaving behind, it's not updating that one. And so it's leaving it in this limbo state where it has no collision, and therefore can't be clicked on, can't be triggered by the trace. And we can test that, I believe, very simply by ticking. I think I just deleted something I don't want to. Yeah. By essentially ticking this ingredient found and seeing if it's changing when we release. Where's my tick? I have a tick. I don't have a tick. Do you have any other prints going on here? I don't think so. I don't need to. It worked fine there. Ingredient 2. It switched to ingredient 2 right at the last moment. It's fine there. Fine there. Break. Come on, break. Ingredient 3. It switched. So it is true. That is exactly what's happening. Right at the last moment, there's some trace being fired and it's hitting. It should be ignoring the ingredients, though. Or do you think it's this ingredient? I think this triggered is firing one last time. Well, we could essentially, what we could do is we could do a do once. No, that's a really bad idea. It's a really bad idea. Or is it? Let me just put this. Normally I would just do an event up here like open check or something, and then I would just call the event down here to prevent the spaghetti code. Let me just test this to see if it works. I kind of want to print. Okay, it doesn't matter. It didn't reset the gate. Ah, that's so finicky. That's so finicky. Don't do the do once then. I can really just test this by trying to trigger the bug again and seeing if this fires near the end of the click. Yes, it does. 100% fires. So maybe triggered isn't the one. Can we put it on like started instead? Will this fire? There might be something in the action itself too that's... Okay. Yes, it is simply the triggered. Bug fixed. Assumedly. I mean, you could still have an issue where it just is it's gonna fly up into the air because it's not teleporting properly. You know, it's just trying to move it to the safest location, and well, that could make it fly off. It's physics. But at least it won't glitch out the actor anymore. And we can always put some like some collision boxes on the side that'll just block this object. Yeah. It's safer. I'm not really a fan of how it's getting this hold. I really don't like it. It's still wonky. It's still wonky, but it really is good for a prototype. Good enough. It's so weird that the trace is like... sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. Once you have it, it's fine. Like, it's not glitching out or anything here. It's just, you know, the movement is rough. And then dropping it, you know, it works fine. It's just trying to pick it up in the first place is spotty. So spotty. And I'm really curious why. I mean, for the most part, it works. Works well. Well enough for Proto. Should we try to solve that? Should we try to figure it out? It's just doing a visibility trace. It really shouldn't have any problem grabbing it, unless it's like just the cube. The cube collision is really weird. I don't know why it would be. Just a fucking cube, like it shouldn't. Like a super simple collision. I don't think we have any weird collision happening here. It's weird that it's not showing trigger. It's not showing any of the other colliders. Is that weird? When simulated, it doesn't show that. But now it does. I mean, it could be one of these is causing a problem. set to ignore self. Like, it shouldn't be occurring, but it could also be this. Hit result under cursor by channel. But like, this box is set up correctly. The only thing it blocks is the alchemy table trace, not visibility trace. I mean, it could not. It could also not be the traces, and it could just be the input action too. I mean, I'm gonna run this in. I'm gonna test this. I can just check if it's firing reasonably. It's firing consistently. Like, even here, I'm firing. And it should be hitting that trigger. Not that. Yeah, see? We're hitting. I don't know what we're hitting. So weird. You know, what if possibility that there's some weird float value issue between the start and the end, and it's like just a tiny little millimeter off due to some float rounding, so the trace is stopping like just short of the actual thing that it needs to hit sometimes. So if we just added one, am I crazy? It wouldn't just be adding one, right? What does the math look like? What? Not that. Isn't there a way to like get the rotation, look at rotation, right? What is it? Oh god, what are the nodes to take two vectors to find the forward from that? And then I just need to add one. Find look, not get look. Find. If I do this, get the forward vector, and just add one. I'm very curious if this will just make it more consistent.
Is everybody in the groove? Well, stick around.
That's not working. That's not working at all. Find a rotation for an object at start location to point at target location. Rotate the world forward vector by the given rotation. Am I overcomplicating this? Hold on. I think I'm just overcomplicating this. A lot. That's our end. The thing is, if we do, if we just add one to this, it isn't actually correct. Because we need to change the distance we want to add to it. You need to know the rotation, the actual direction that we need to add that one to. Negative 4986. No, look, it's not correct. Oh wait, hold on. I think maybe we just need to add it to this then. $12.49. $12.97. Are we simulating? No, it should be. It's firing. Is it because I'm changing the... Yeah, but it should still stop. I'm just adding one to the... I'm just adding one to the distance that it needs to check, but it should still be blocking when it hits, but it isn't hitting. Now it's just not hitting. Wait, maybe it is. Oh, it's really consistent. It feels really consistent to pick it up from this front face. Essentially, yeah, it's super consistent to pick it up from the front face. I don't know why. But not from the top. From the top, it's good fucking luck. This is so frustrating. So fucking dumb. Why is this so weird? I set it up for 5. I can just like essentially make it really long. 60. I was wondering about that. But all the angles looked correct. Even when I couldn't see the trace. Like, okay, like here. Yeah, I'm clicking a bunch and we're not seeing the square pop up. I pull out. It's there. Like, it is clicking there. But it's going through the table. I mean, I can even try just ejecting. Let me do this and then I'll eject. So I don't know where it's actually hitting. It got a bit weird there, actually. Hold on. I mean, now it just does something weird now. For some reason, it like changes the camera. It's so. Okay, up here where I'm clicking right now. Yeah, see, here's the trace. This one that we don't see the square for. And it's just like it does. There's no square. It just doesn't hit. It doesn't register any hit, even though the collision is there. Like, there's nothing wrong with the collision where it's at. It should hit. I mean, okay. Yes, I was thinking that too, which is why I was doing this, you know, find the look at rotation, get forward vector, and then we just add a value to it, right? We lengthen because I was thinking that there was some like float issue. So it's like, okay, I'll just add 10 to whatever direction it finds. It'll stop when it hits anyway. But it seemed like it wasn't helping at all. Yeah, now it's just fucking weird. Now it's just going through. Or it's not going far enough. Look, I could be doing this. These 4 could be totally dumb. These could not be the way, potentially. This is correct, right? Like if I'm getting the camera location, the click location, I find the look to get the forward vector, I add 10 to it, and then I add it with this location. Yeah, unless, I don't know, like, maybe the start and target are backwards? But it shouldn't be. Start is the camera. Target is the click location. And clearly something is wrong here. So multiply, don't add it. Okay. I mean, that'll make it a lot longer for sure. Which is fine. It'll stop anyway when it hits the thing, right? A million times more consistent. A million. A million times more consistent. So I think that does prove that for some reason, this being the end, yeah, it wasn't, yeah, the plus 10. You're right, we needed a multiply. But for some reason, there was like some like tiny fraction of a float problem going on. So where it was like, it got the right location, but the trace end was just barely not enough to reach the cube. We certainly don't need to multiply by 10, but we can multiply by like 1.2. Anything over 1, it will be enough. Oh, it's an integer. Multiply by 2. Duh. I mean, I could change it to float. Whatever. Change it to float. Is it adding? I just don't want it to be so long that it hits the floor here, even though it for some reason still is. Oh, it's because we're just gonna hit location. Okay, never mind. It still, now it's, okay. It's like 5 billion times more consistent now to pick up. I'm having no problem picking up and moving shit now. Yeah. This is great. Theory confirmed. Good to know. Slight precision loss on the floats. No, it's working great now. Working absolutely great. Yeah, it's working beautifully now. Like obviously the movement here is not consistent, but that's such a non-problem. It doesn't matter. But and that's kind of annoying, but this, I would say, prototype successful for sure on this. Ingredients on table, we can put them in our cauldron. Great. Great stuff. In my opinion. Not really the cleanest way to handle all this, but that's not the point of a prototype. And in terms of fun, I think I like being able to interact with the ingredients. I mean, if we're doing like a fun test here, I think it'd be really cool to be able to do things with the ingredients on the table. But this is certainly more immersive and interesting. Being able to actually put things into the cauldron. 100% more immersive and interesting. Kind of fun. It's like those it's like those games when you're a baby. Hold on, baby toy shapes in holes. It's specifically this thing, except this is still really pleasing as an adult. Because who hasn't, as an adult, seen one of these things and played with it? Just something really, really pleasing about putting shapes in holes. Yep, good stuff. Oh. Oh my god. I mean, technically, we did it. We set out to do what we wanted to do, and we did it today. I was a little worried that it would take longer than a day, but no, we got it. We got it done. I think next I would like to. What would I like to do next? I mean, apart from like putting some boundaries on the table to prevent ingredients from falling off, but that's flavor, right? We don't need to do that. Nobody playing the prototype is gonna care too much. Yeah, no worries. You do not have to be here, especially during work hours. I can understand that, so no worries. Yeah, let's figure out what we want to do next. What do we want to do? I think I can add like sticky notes, right? I've never used sticky notes in Windows 10. I have to sign in. Use sticky notes. No, I refuse. Oh, I don't actually have to. I don't actually have. Okay. Yeah, I refuse your privacy. Now let me write my note. And I think I can like. Oh. Okay. Okay. How do I? I'm learning, guys. We're learning. This should like stay on my desktop, right? How do I like? Can I just use Notepad? Well, how is this different from Notepad? What, it can synchronize across my devices? Yeah. I can do that with Google Notes. Maybe that's what this is Google Notes, but for Microsoft. So less useful. Typical. Actually, I don't think I have a Google Notes account for. Hold on. Google Keep, sorry, not Google Notes. We can either do that or we can just use like Trello. I have a really bad memory. Really bad, terrible memory. And if any of my friends know this, and I think they're a little bit more lenient for things that I say I should do and I forget. So I really need to get better at keeping notes. And I think I'm just gonna use fucking Notepad. I'm gonna use Notepad. I don't really care. We use Notepad, we'll have like a file on our desktop, like things to do next. And you know what, for now it's gonna work before I get like a proper Trello set up for Cauldron Chronicles, where we can actually just track things. Or we can use U-Track, which I think it's a little too much for, this isn't U-Track. JetBrains. I've used a little bit of U-Track because it's very similar to like Jira. I just think it's a little it's a little too much for a prototype. You don't need to use this for prototyping, especially if you're just working alone at the moment. Trello would really just be easier just to manage quick cards. For now though, we'll use this. I'm gonna get it set up, the Trello set up. I have so many things to do, you know, and like I can't do any of them while streaming, so I have to wait after streaming. And I don't know. I've got my part-time job as well, and I've been trying to get that going forward. And then I play games because I'm an addict. Yeah, you know how it is. Okay, next tasks. We have shit going in Cauldron. I think, you know, if we wanted something to detect an ingredient going in, that's easy. It's just a trigger box. We check what actor has gone by it. We grab its data. We do some shit. It'd be really cool to have like some like UI on the screen above the Cauldron showing what you have in the Cauldron and being able to like remove things and take them out. That should be pretty quick though to do. I think we can do that tomorrow, no problem. So like in-world UI for Cauldron contents. Remove things from Cauldron and put on table. Now that's not necessarily something we want in the final game, but it is something that we could have. You know, it's not immersive to be able to take things out of the Cauldron, but accidents happen, right? Where you're like, oh shit, I didn't want to put that in, but it was a rare ingredient. Now it's in there and I'm fucked. That's not fun. That's just frustrating. So I think break the immersion there, allow the player to remove it. Fine. But it needs to be put back on the table then, right? And that's easy to do. So that should be easy to handle. I think what we could also do is it would be cool if when you hovered over an ingredient, it showed you its properties. And you know, we already mocked up kind of what our spoilers. But we already mocked up what our ingredients kind of should look like. And if we could have something like this appearing above the ingredient when you hover over it, that would be really cool. And you know, for now it can just be like a box, just as long as we have something popping up and it's working relatively confidently or consistently, that would be great. Yeah, let's do that. In world UI for popping up, pooping up, and you hover over them. Desktop to do. I mean, we could also make this tomorrow, but it's a little bit of work. We don't have to hook up any of the logic to that. We can save that for next week. Yeah, because I don't actually know how I would handle this. I need like a custom progress bar texture. Everything else is pretty straightforward. These are just a lot of panels nesting. That's really what the trouble with using UMG is, just nesting panels on top of each other. We might be able to. I think that well, we probably can't do this until we at least have an icon. Or it would at least look the most interesting. You know, we can always just do like a number for now, like the number of things in the cauldron, but I'd rather do it properly. So we actually need to do these first. Need to make ingredient tooltip. The good thing is this is the same tooltip that we can either show like on the UI, the HUD, or we can show it as an in-world widget. I really like in-world widgets. Maybe that's just me. I can give you an example of what I mean too. Very old example from an old prototype. Yeah, I got something. Not that. That one. Not that one. It was actually from a really old first kind of like proof of concept for this game, actually, for Cauldron Chronicles, but I didn't know what it was at that time. Do I not have VLC on here? I don't have VLC. Oops, no VLC. Let's get VLC installed. Yeah, go for it. C, no, please, D drive. No, don't do that. That's fine. This is a very old, early concept. This is from like, I don't even want to know how many years. Like 3 years. It was like 3 years. Jesus Christ. Look, I had an idea for an alchemy game for a long time. I've always wanted to make one. So this is something that I cooked up. You can see that this is in the world itself. And I like stuff like that because I feel like it's more immersive. You know, to some extent you can separate the fact that there's, you know, the UI feels like it's an otherworldly thing, yes, but it also makes it feel, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I think you can look at it and see that it's not an element of the world and it's not trying to be. So it doesn't feel unimmersive, but it still feels informative. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. But yeah, you can see that I've had this idea for a while. So that's what we'll be doing. That's what we can do. So we can do that tomorrow. This will take a bit of time, but it's not difficult. This will require us to... This should be pretty easy to make. That should be pretty easy as well. That should be pretty easy. And then removing things from Cauldron and putting them on the table is... It's probably just going to require us to make a proper alchemy table setup. Like an actual blueprint of the alchemy table, rather than just separate elements. We're going to have to combine all this together into one thing. And we can't do that with the brushes, so we just need to make a proper table with Cauldron in Asset Forge or something. And then make it parented to the interactable so we can have that collision box, and then set up the second collision box for the drag and drop. And we'll give it this this view as well. This camera will be part of that blueprint. And slowly we'll actually make this into a proper alchemy table. And then I think what we can also do is, after that, we can take from my bartering system prototype that I recently made. I don't know why I call it that. It's really not what it is. Let me show you guys, because I showed it earlier, but maybe some of you didn't see it. So this, like, we have an inventory of ingredients and we can drag those onto the table. And then we can drag those on the table itself into the cauldron or something. Not really a fan of two drags, but there, we need some way to get from A to B, and that is an option. So we'll see. We'll see. We have our next steps. Looking pretty good. And today was a success. Very, very successful. I like how this is turning out. This feels good. Feels good. Originally, I was just going to have like that first, that prototype from 3 years ago, right? That one where you just drag from UI to UI. But the more I thought about it, well, I didn't think about it too long. And it was just like, this isn't immersive. It doesn't feel good. It feels shitty. It works. It's functional. It was the easiest to do. But you don't really feel like an alchemist much when you're just working with a UI, which is the reason that I'm not a fan of how other alchemy games are doing this at the moment. Like the Atelier series, which I like to some extent. Like to some extent, this is cool. This is fun. You need like a big image, big boy image. I think from the standpoint of the data, right? The input and the output. This is interesting because it's so free, right? There's no real restrictions to what you can and can't mix together. That's great. And there are so many possibilities of what you can and can't make. However, purely from an immersive standpoint, this has no immersion. It is very much a screen that you look at, you make things, and then they just appear in your inventory. And I would like to do it completely differently. Because we can make this, we can do something like this, but it's gonna feel like the Atelier series. We can make something like Little Alchemy, right? Which is what most of these games are based on, right? You drag one ingredient, another ingredient, and it makes some third thing. But again, it's all UI based. Even the old alchemy game like this is just very much a UI based title, as are most of them. And I like them. They're fun. It's just they're not immersive in my opinion. What is this? This is like some. It's like some turn-based strategy alchemy. Nothing against it. Sounds cool. Little Witch in the Woods. And you know, it's like Alchemist. There are a lot of these other simulators too that I think are decent. Yo, let's move to just chatting because I think we've succeeded at what we wanted to do. Now we can just like talk about what some other games do and how we want to differentiate. I think that's really important. Let me close these. Move over to just chatting. It still kind of is the game dev stuff, but we're just gonna be like looking at Steam and shit. There's like, I know I saw Alchemist Simulator, right? This one, this is essentially Playaway. It's a Polish company. It's cool. I guess the cell shading's kind of nice, but it's still, you have these. It's very much this like chain-based, you know, mix these two to make this thing. You know, like it's okay, it works. But you don't really get deep into the ingredients in a way that I want to. I want to bring people closer to nature, to have them go out and explore and find those ingredients, and to make the most of their properties. I know Potion Craft was very popular. I love its art style. And it's got a little bit of that, but I really love its art style. I've always loved its art style. It's so good. It's so pretty. And it's very similar in a way. You know, I enjoy how it utilizes multiple systems to create its recipe. Add this alchemy, stir this number of times. That's the same kind of stuff that I have. And I have purposefully not played this game because I don't want to be. I want to differentiate it in my own way. I don't want to be too influenced by it. Having influence is great, but if you were just lazily stealing, I don't think that's very fun. And, you know, it's like arriving to the same conclusion separately, I think is very fair in like the creative world. But nobody likes copying, so I'm staying away from this. But I might have to like dive into it at some point. Once we get like the GDD written up, which we're still far away from doing, we can take a look at some other products and just try to refine, try to differentiate from them. But yeah, this is a good game. I don't know if any of you have played this, but it's good. It's pretty cool. Our biggest differentiation is that we're stylized 3D and we're open world. And at least from everything that I've seen of this is very much centered around the alchemy part of it. You know, you can, you know, do this stuff with ingredients like our game. But this is just very much a alchemy, sell, get new recipes, do stuff, and ours is going to be more focused on like the narrative and open world elements as well, in a way that I don't think this game is focused on. This is much more of a complex, deeper alchemy system, and that's cool. I love it. I'll play it one day. I'll play it one day because it really does look amazing. RPG alchemy. Alchemy garden. Yeah, see, this one's very much about having like a shop. That's not ours. That's not what we're doing. Looks nice though. A lot of gamified stuff here, you know, stuff that looks nice though. Looks cool. Alchemy Emporium. You can tell some people were inspired by what appears to be Darkest Dungeon art. It looks like a very much a strategy. Weird. Packaging. There's some stuff we might be able to could influence us at least. What the hell happened with this game? I mean, they just not market it very well. You'd think that something that looks like this would probably get more than 16 reviews. Weird. Very much a cutesy kind of thing. Well, it's the challenge of game dev, right? You just gotta differentiate. You gotta find your own voice. You got some competition to go up against, that's for sure. But nothing that we can't overcome. I did play the demo of this during one of the next fests. It was pretty cool. You know, it's very much a UI based kind of alchemy system, but I really liked the card based selling and interaction. It was pretty cool, and it had some narrative elements. I think it had some dating elements too. Yeah, it is like a dating sim. It was cool. Pretty cool. Got good reviews. I'm very happy for them. So yeah, I don't think I have too much more to rant on about today. Unless you guys got some drama. Some game drama. Developer drama. I think on the Discord, which you can access with !Discord. Yes, I want to send it. Stop asking me. You can hang out in there, and I'm gonna probably open up a channel where you can like share game design or game dev videos that you want me to react to and to give my opinion on. That's a good way to break up the flow, or while I'm relaxing or on days where we don't have any development to do, we can watch a few of those videos and get into some trouble. But otherwise, I think we are good for the day. We don't want to save that. That's trash. And I can... You can just throw these in the proto folder. To do apps. Okay, it's already. Get out of here. I think we're pretty good. I think we've done everything we wanted to do for today, and we can call it. As usual, if you have not followed the Twitch channel, please do so. Again, that's going to help us get to affiliate. We can unlock emotes. We can do more stuff. Our VODs will be saved for longer, I think, or something. I don't know. We get good things. Good things happen at 50 followers. We have a YouTube channel, a Twitter. You can give those a follow and a subscription if you want to just keep up to date with more news and info. Maybe I'll make a GIF too out of like today's findings. We'll share that on Twitter. We'll share our development journey. Additionally, we just made our Discord public, so hop on over there where you can talk with me and other developers directly. Otherwise, other than that, have a great day. If you live around where I live, it's kind of shitty weather, but hopefully it'll get better. And yeah, have a nice Thursday, and I'll see you guys tomorrow where we will be doing more development and making this look even better. So thank you guys. Take care. Bye bye. Bye bye, everybody. Love you all. Bye.